I call to order the special closed session of the City of Emeryville.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. I call to order the special closed session. It is now 5:45 p.m. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Mora is absent. Councilmember Pryforce?
Here.
Councilmember Welch?
Here.
Vice Mayor Solomon? Here. And Mayor Carr.
Present.
You have a quorum. Thank you.
Are there any ex parte communications for the items on agenda? Seeing and hearing none, I will move forward to public comment on closed session items.
I was going to make a presentation here using the audio-visual tool because I have images I wanted to relay, but it's not here. So I'm request that this be replaced here as the citizens has historically been able to use it. And unless you pass a law saying it's not going to be available anymore, you can't just deny some citizens from using it and allow others. So I'm being denied, and I'm an unpopular person, so it makes me think like a violation of the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause. Okay, so I had this presentation I was going to make regarding this, but now I can't. So now I would like to say that the city clerk just intimated to me that the five of you are allowed to drop a gavel, I guess it would be the mayor, is allowed to, by law, drop a gavel and declare speech made here is not legal if it doesn't pertain to the subject at hand. In other words, you get to be the content arbiter. But the Brown Act does not provide for that. And again, we have a long tradition with lots of precedents of citizens speaking off topic that were allowed to speak off topic because they were popular people. So this mayor is an attorney, so you know that it's fair and equal treatment under the law. So if this city is not going to be a speech content police for popular people, you can't be a speech content police for unpopular people. And besides, how do you judge whether or not this content of the speech is on topic? What if we want to use alliteration? What if we want to use meter or timbre? Or what if we want to use, all manner of ways to communicate that you can't see it, you personally, the mayor, can't see a direct line to the what's allowed? Well, that is on you, and you've then violated somebody's free speech rights. So you can't do that.
Thank you. We are now going into closed session.
Recording stopped.
p.m. and I'm going to adjourn this special closed session to the end of this meeting. City Attorney, for the items that need to be reported out, could you please report those out?
Thank you, Mayor Carr. There was no reportable action taken in closed session tonight.
Thank you. We will go forward with the roll call for the,
Recording in progress.
do I need to start that again, City Clerk? In that case, we can go forward with the City Council meeting of the regular meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Mora.
Here.
Councilmember Pryforce is absent. Councilmember Welch.
Here.
Vice Mayor Solomon.
Here.
And Mayor Carr.
Present.
Thank
Is
you.
there a
You have
motion
quorum.
to approve the final agenda?
Motion to approve the final agenda.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Welch and seconded by Vice Mayor. Can we please take roll?
Councilmember Mora.
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce is absent. Councilmember Welch.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solomon. And Mayor Carr.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. For the special orders of the day, congratulations to the students of Emory High and their coach and their principal. We are very, very proud of you. And we have special certificates to present to you today. We would welcome the principal, KB Klein, to please come to the podium and provide us the introduction to the honors that will be passed out today by our council.
I will, and thank you so much, City, for recognizing the accomplishment. We're very proud. With no further ado, let me introduce the team members who have earned this honor and this recognition. The team of Kalaja Walker and Jade Jackson, our novice team that went undefeated and is now varsity level. Come on up. And the varsity team of Braden Livingston and Beatrice Blackwell, who have earned the right to compete at nationals.
I'm going to go and present the certificates to you. All of these are signed, and we are very, very proud.
If I might, Mayor, if I may introduce our coach, Jessica Critchlow.
They are the important part.
Thank you so much for doing all you do. We are very grateful, and
Thank you. We appreciate it.
thank you, Principal Kleiman, and once again, the students of Emory High, we are very, very proud of you. Thank you so much, and special thanks to the coach. Very, very glad that you do this. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next item, which is the council member special announcements, reports on meeting attendance. Are there any from my council colleagues? Okay, I did attend the first Alameda Mayor's Conference, and we had an item on sustainability that I would like to share. And I'll pass on that information to Transportation Sustainability Committee. We'll move on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening to the mayor, council members, and members of the public. LaTanya Bello, the city manager. I would like to present to you all this evening, Mayor, the final and Q4 update of the City of Emeryville's strategic plan for the fiscal year 2025-2026. We have gone through this, so I will move a little more swiftly in the interest of time this evening. But the strategic plan was adopted by the council, as you all know, in March, and it is intended to guide our staffing, our budget, and our service priorities through a focused and accountable framework. At the foundation was our commitment to financial health and sustainability, and our core values of innovation and continuous improvement. Each of you should have a copy of the strategic plan, which lists the 36 items that various staff throughout the city are working on. Next slide, please. The council's strategic plan, as a reminder, was anchored in the 4 key goals that you see there. Next slide, please. The top priorities that were identified for this fiscal year was the bicycle and pedestrian safety improvements, a new and more accessible public-facing website, and revenue, budget, and audit enhancement measures, and then coordination with the Sutter Health Development. 2 of the 4 of your top priorities have been 100% complete. Next slide. The priorities are woven into our strategic plan execution. Goal 1 was your livable, safe, and vibrant community. And we have been making measurable strides toward building a more inclusive and welcoming community. Each of these have what the percentage that is complete. Some of these have advanced. As you'll notice, your housing element implementation has moved. And your first home Emeryville is 50% complete, and your accessible living initiative is 90% complete. Next slide, please. Your tenant protection updates are at 30%. Your cultural district programs have moved from 80 to 90, and your Measure C bonds have moved from 25 to 30. Next slide, please. Your goal 2 was infrastructure and environmental stewardship. Our infrastructure projects are driving connectivity and resilience. We have the 40th Street redesign, which is 40% complete. It's in its design. We have the Ashby interchange, your urban tree planting, your San Pablo Ave corridor project, and your facility resilience upgrades. Next slide, please. Also under your infrastructure and environmental stewardship is your sea level rise adaptation planning, your Powell Street Stanford Park expansion, and other various codes that needed to be completed. Your CIP projects have been 100% updated. Next slide, please. Goal 3 was dynamic and growing businesses. Our economic development efforts have been intentional and inclusive. To build a BIPOC small business support program is in development, and that has moved to 50% complete. The marketing program, which was launched in late 2025, has moved from my last report, 30% to 70% complete. Your economic development outreach has been ongoing, and your Sutter Health Development is in the EIR phase. Next slide, please. Your 4th goal was resilient organization and employer of choice. Internally, we are strengthening systems and capacity. As I noted earlier, we completed the website. Your federal grant plan has moved from 75% to 80%. The police fleet electrification is at 25%. The permit tracking software has moved from 20% to 35%. and your agenda management software has moved from 10% to 75% complete. Next slide, please. Under your resilient organization are a number of, again, software updates. Your cost allocation fee study, which has moved from 10% to 25% this time. Your revenue measures have completely moved forward, and your revenue and budget audit has also moved forward. Next slide. This is an example when I gave the report out in Q2, how many projects were your 0 to 25, how many projects were from 25 to 50, how many projects were from 51 to 99, and how many projects are 100%. It shows movement into Q3. And next slide, I am happy to report in Q4, which is our end of the year, we have 9 projects at 100% complete. We have 10 projects at 0 to 25. We have 10 projects at 25 to 50. We have 6 projects from 51 to 90, and we have 1 ongoing project. Next slide, please. In addition, we also have 11 future agenda items, and those are all listed there, and updates have been provided as it relates to those. Next slide, please. So in closing, again, we remain focused on our transparency and accountability. I do want to thank the mayor and the council for their continued leadership with the strategic plan. We will have our next strategic planning session is scheduled for February the 20th. And a special thanks and shout out to our dedicated staff for their commitment in getting this work and moving it forward, because they are the ones that are working on each and every one of these projects. And a great big thank you to the community for being active partners in our shared progress. That concludes my report this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you so much to the staff as well as the community at large for moving these projects along. I'm going to go to ex parte communications next for items on agenda. Seeing and hearing none, I will move on to public comment for consent agenda and items not on agenda. Please come to the podium and line up.
Good evening, council members. My name is Nancy Rader. I live in Berkeley, but I frequently visit my brother and sister-in-law who live at the assisted living facility at 1440 40th Street, 2 blocks away from here. With me tonight are several residents of the facility, maybe you can raise your hands, who only recently became aware of the city's proposed 40th Street multimodal project, so they're taking this opportunity to express their views about how the plan will affect them. I want to let you know that 50 members of the 1440 by the Bay community, including residents, family members, and staff, submitted comments on the plan in the form of a petition, which states that they are strongly opposed to the plan. The petition states, residents are mobility limited and generally do not drive, bike, or walk long distances. Therefore, it says, we depend on third-party transportation to reach medical services and other destinations. Parking availability is required to enable visitors to reach us. The project would eliminate parking spaces needed for visitors, caregivers, staff, and delivery vehicles and provide only a small loading zone to accommodate 1440's transportation van, East Bay paratransit, private cars, delivery vans, and emergency vehicles. The planned two-way cycle track would create a dangerous risk of collisions with cyclists, e-bikes, and e-scooters traveling at high speeds as we cross the track to access transportation in the loading zone and the AC Transit bus island. Please consider an alternative bikeway on a parallel street that would not endanger people with disabilities seeking to access public roads and transportation, and that would not reduce parking and loading zones essential to our health and quality of life. We trust that you will seriously consider the dangers that the proposed project would impose on our community. Thank you for listening to the community's concerns tonight and taking them into account as you consider whether to move forward with the current plan. Thank you. And
Thank you.
DeJoy?
Pardon me, Mayor Carr, but I'd just like to, I would like the record to reflect that Councilmember Pryforce has left the dais out of an abundance of caution after consulting with the city attorney and is recusing himself from any discussion regarding the 40th Street multimodal project. And you should not count him for purposes of establishing a quorum during public comment.
Thank you, City Attorney. Is there any further comment? Please welcome to the podium.
Hello, my name is D. Joy Salatino, and I moved to Emeryville in the 80s when Nora Davis was here. And I have seen progress, so much progress over the years. It's just very wonderful and amazing. And I know now you're working on projects to make it even better. But there's one thing I would like to say as an eyewitness. I would go on 40th Street going east often because I lived right where you get right onto Stanford. Well, anyway, and what I would do would stop at the red light, which was, I'm not sure, I can't remember what street it was, but I would stop at the red light, and I'd be amazed every time I stopped there would be a bike that just zoomed right through the red light. And I think there was nobody to, catch them, or if that's what you'd call it. They would just zoom right through, and it wouldn't be too dangerous, but it would be in 440 where I live now. 1440, I'm sorry. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
My name is Harvey Morris, and I'm a resident of 1440 by the Bay also. I've been limited because of my disability for many years, but I've always had access to outside things. I've had access to leave my home to go to my other relatives' houses and friends' houses. I had access to enjoy a baseball game or a Golden State Warrior basketball game because I've always had access where I can be loaded and unloaded. Now I'm forced to have a walker with me at all times because of my imbalance issues. And it's real imperative that the city council weigh the advantages of giving some access to those of us that have so limited access to the increase of bikers, which will be more dangerous for us because, as Joy was saying, they go speeding through those red lights. And to increase things for just helping a project that promotes recreational bicycle use at the expense of the ability of disadvantaged people like myself, with my disability, having access to those outside projects, is something I can't understand why this city council would even weigh in favor of bicyclists. So please bear in mind what we, the disabled, have to go through in our community. We're a big part of your community, and your public transit, you've always provided for access to us, and this would be depriving us of some access. So please take that into account. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening to the city council members. I am Melinda Leiser, and I've been a resident for 6.5 years at 1440 by the Bay, which is an assisted living facility, which when I read the plans for the huge changes that the city plans, I thought, no one talked to any of the residents. I know I was never spoken to, and other people, or I should say little, if any, research was done to find out what the needs are of assisted living. In fact, when I received the letter from the city explaining what the proposed 40th Street plan was, I read it over, but because of the wording used, I thought the letter was addressing businesses, not residents. Yes, we are a business, but the business is assisted living for residents. I later became extremely concerned when I realized the project's far-reaching negative impact on residents and their families. I signed the petition opposing the 40th Street plan, and I'd like to tell you why I signed it. One, the proposal would eliminate most parking on 40th Street and provide only a 2 or 3 vehicle loading zone in front of our building. In an assisted living facility, most residents have, at best, compromised mobility.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there someone who would like to yield time to you? You may continue if someone wants to yield their time. Thank you. Please go forward.
Many residents use assistive devices, as you can see, and move more slowly than other pedestrians. Many depend on friends and family to get to medical appointments and other activities. The loading zone is insufficient given the number of residents who need rides and the time needed to transfer in and out of vehicles. In addition, the distance to our transportation would increase substantially, which is a problem for people who don't easily walk. The proposal would reduce the width of the sidewalk in front of our facility, providing less room for people with assistive devices to navigate outdoors, which is essential to our independence and physical and emotional health. As a resident with compromised mobility, the most dangerous aspect of the proposal is the way residents would have to access transportation on the public street. Whether accessing our loading zone or taking the bus, residents will have to, which you learned in elementary school, stop and look both ways, which causes a problem for most of the assisted living residents because it can cause you to get dizzy at the very least or lose your balance. One of the most significant omissions I've noticed, the proposal will impede emergency vehicle access, which is commonly needed at our facility. Because every minute counts in an emergency response, this could result in a fatality. And that's not meant to grab your attention. Well, it is, but it's not meant just to say that.
Thank you for your comment.
These issues seem to be blatant violations of the ADA and reflect a plan that is both ableist and aghast. I don't actually know that word, aghast. The city should pause it until it meets with the residential community at 1440 by the Bay to get a reality check from the people who will have to live with the new street design, and then develop a plan that works for everyone. Thank you.
Good evening. It's nice to see you all again. My name is Fran Quattel. I live in Emeryville and serve on 2 committees, the Budget Advisory Committee and the Economic Development Committee. I've also been very vocal about some real difficulties created by Hollis Street and 40th Street and these latest street repaving projects, their plans, their impact on citizens, pedestrians, and businesses, and the obligation of our city to address the needs of entities we want to come here and build billion-dollar projects in our front yard. I also want to mention that San Pablo, the bus corridor, is appropriately delayed due to rising costs. Our general fund faces widely discussed and growing deficits. Possible solutions involve ballot measures and increases to various kinds of taxes: business license taxes, citywide parcel taxes, sales taxes, hotel and utility taxes, unless we want to drain our reserve funds dry. Otherwise, the city will not exist. I used to do bedside work at a nursing home, and I had a young friend who was 90 when I met her and 100 when she died. She said, "First, I established my priority. and then everything else falls into place. If we want business and residents to come and stay here, to work here, to shop here, to live here, we need them to feel we are planning prudently and not creating impediments that literally drive them out of town, that we are repaving streets that make revenue planning and ballot measures possible, because we first hear what is necessary and then implement that plan. This includes a traffic study for Sutter Health, a $1 billion project. If the priority is for the city to continue to exist and fill revenue gaps, we need entities here that pay.
Thank you for your comment. We can.
Someone seize their time so I can finish? Thank you. If the priority is for the city to continue to exist and fill revenue gaps, we need entities here that pay current and increased taxes, not create streets with barricades and impossibilities. I hope our city and our council takes this message to heart. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, council members. My name is Michael Rader. I'm also a resident at 1440 40th Street. I can walk, but just only a few feet, and it just seems wrong-headed to put a 2-lane bicycle track in front of disabled people. There's 270 disabled people in that building, and their whole lives revolve around getting rides from services, from ambulances, from vans, and right now there's a long loading zone there, and this will reduce that loading zone to almost just two spots, and I can just imagine the trouble's going to be, especially when ambulances come. I myself have been saved twice by the fire department coming and picking me up in front of my building. And I just don't want them to be, impaired, getting to me and me getting to them. So it's just, since there are other alternatives for bikes on either road to the left and to the right of 40th Street, it seems like that, and they're already existing, these bike lanes on either side. So why mess up the parking in front of 1440 and the loading zone? Currently we have a decent loading zone, but it's often full with people dropping people off, taking residents to the restaurant and things. But to make it so small is just wrong-headed to me. So I oppose that plan, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any further public comments?
Hello, sorry. My name is Najara Sayano, and I would like to thank the council for honoring the Emory Debate Team on behalf of the Bay Area Urban Debate League. The Emory Debate Team actually operates out of the Bay Area Urban Debate League, competing in our tournaments, and they are one of our biggest schools and one of our best competitors. And so we would like to ask the council, because we are heading to nationals, to help us fund our trip for 2 of our debaters to come and watch the debates happen. This is really important for 2 reasons. One is that it makes them more competitive by seeing that the arguments that are on the national level, and 2, putting them in those spaces also encourages them to become competitive at that level. And so we would love if the council was able to help us send our students to nationals.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Sir, your time's begin. Is there a problem with the mic?
Okay, thank you. Yeah. My name is Paul Matzner,
Yes.
and I am retired sound designer at the Oakland Museum. I did all of the sound designs for the Animal Natural Sciences Gallery, and that means that I've been out all around California recording sounds. Well, the reason I need to speak is that also I was quite an efficient tennis player, and tennis teacher, which gave me a lot of information on the needs of young people. I've been hired where I grew up in New York, West Hempstead, to be the teacher during the summer of the students there. So I have quite a experience with the needs of students and adults. What I want to mention, without being repetitive to some of the people who've spoken before, is we're at 1440. It's actually unlike some other retirement homes, has no real garden space or outdoor space to walk around. We depend on the city as a place where we can we spread our wings and walk around. And it's a beautiful city to do that in. In fact, I know it quite well because in the 1970s, I was the ice cream man. If any if any of you had homes at that point, you might remember me playing in my Merry Oldsmobile, or Casey would dance with a Strawberry Blonde. Those were the two sounds that I played.
Thank you for your time, sir. If there's someone who wants to yield their time, you can carry on. You have 2 more minutes.
Okay. Is there anyone yielding time?
Yes, someone did yield their time, so you have 2 more minutes.
Okay. Two issues that were already raised. I want to make a point about them from the point of view of a disabled person. Oh, by the way, I'm a doctor of science, of natural history, and that was the department that I was in Oakland. But what I wanted to say more succinctly is that the traffic lights have not been given adequate attention for people who are disabled with and in wheelchairs as I am. In trying them out myself, it takes at least twice as long as the lights give me to get across those streets with an island that is so narrow that I'd have to stand there while traffic is whizzing past. The other thing is the traffic that goes by, both automotive and bicycle, is extremely quick coming off of that freeway, going at least 40, 50 miles an hour despite any signs that may encourage them to slow down. And I have been the victim, where I grew up in my hometown, of being practically mowed down by a bicyclist who'd gotten off of a town street, not even a highway type of street, and mowed me down, so I had to go.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
I also wanted to mention the fact.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Shh.
Any further comments?
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Eleanor Smith. I live at 1440 by the Bay. I moved there recently because of what it offers to us as residents, because of its location close to shopping that is very close to us across the street when we need to buy toiletries and other necessities. We have to cross the street. I also moved there because it is close to where my daughter and her family live. She's able to come and visit me. I'm able to visit her. She picks me up and brings me back. There's one thing that I think has not been considered, and it's something I notice when she's bringing me back after I've spent an evening at her house and had dinner there, is we drive south on 40th Street. One of the things that's very noticeable is that bicyclists tend not to pay attention to traffic signals. And we often have bicyclists when we have the right-of-way coming down south on 40th Street, making turns going north in front of us when they haven't had the light to do so. So I don't have the confidence that if we, in order to get in and out of vehicles, in order to cross the street.
Thank you for your comment, ma'am. Someone has yielded their time to you. Please carry on for 2 more minutes.
Okay, I'm about to finish.
Please go ahead.
I just don't have the confidence that a mix of our having to cross bike lanes to get in and out of vehicles or to access public transportation is going to be safe for us. I've noticed too many times cyclists not paying attention to traffic signals. I think that's something that's very important to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment, ma'am. Any further public comments?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your public service, and congratulations to the league. My name is Nelson Gonzalez, and I've lived in Berkeley and Oakland for many years, and I am a member of the East Bay Bicycle Coalition. And I'm a biker. I love biking, and I appreciate city engineers considering the safety of bicyclists and all people. But then it comes down to the 1440 residents, and there's an issue, I think. As a bicyclist, I've seen people, come very close to me, and they're pedestrians. And I'm a pedestrian too, and that puts me in another level, another category. I sometimes wonder why city engineers didn't use Park Street or Quiet Street rather than 40th Street. I know it's a throughway over the hill, over the tracks, but, well, I'm not the engineer. I do know that in Oakland, Berkeley, people have Telegraph, they have the same concept. Many people use Webster Street. It's a quiet residential street, and bicyclists often prefer something like that. I think it's a good compromise. No matter what happens in the end, just wanted to say I hope that the plan includes some real barriers. If this passes, and I hope it does not, but should it, that they use a lot of barriers, humps, and lights, and whatever it takes to protect people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any further comments?
I'm going to speak about 2 issues, the 40th Street Multimodal Project But first, I'm going to talk about our city manager, LaTanya Bello. She was hired about a year ago, but before she was hired here, we had a program in Emeryville where the residents, I'm a resident, 43 years, we residents could speak to our city manager at a program being helped along by a program called Coffee with the City Manager. It's been here for years. If normal citizens get to interact with the city manager. Now, the city manager is the most powerful person in Emeryville. We have a city manager style of government. And so it's valuable for us, the citizens, to be able to meet one-on-one with the city manager, like developers and business owners and more powerful people get to do on a regular basis. We, this people, the lowly citizens, should also be able to meet with our government representatives. And it used to be once a month, but the city manager is refusing to restart the program. And so I asked her, can you restart it? Will you restart it? She said she will think about it and decide in 100 days. And 100 days passed, and I asked her, are you gonna restart it? I haven't decided. And I asked her in 10 different ways, can you restart this program so that people can meet, interact with their government better, in more democratic fashion? She's refusing to say, just steadfastly refusing. And that's fucking pathetic. Now I want to talk about 40th Street, the multimodal project. I agree with what a lot of these people said here, the concerns that were raised here tonight about the 40th Street project. But the biggest problem here with what's going to happen to the street is it's all manner of movement of traffic. Bikes, buses, cars, trucks. Everyone's going to be moving faster. That's what it.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Can you extend to me the same privilege you extended to other speakers?
If they would like to yield their time, absolutely. There is someone who's yielding their time to you. You have 2 more minutes.
Thank you. All forms of motorized and wheeled vehicle traffic is being made to be moved more efficiently. That's the whole purpose of this project, to move traffic more efficiently. But how is that in our interest? By our, I mean the people that live in Emeryville. And I put it to you that it's not in our interests. We want traffic to move less efficiently. If you imagine any city you've ever been to in the world that was memorable, something about a city that you liked, it's never about moving traffic more efficiently. Bikes, buses, trucks, cars, like a freeway, in a town. That's not what's memorable. What's memorable are slow and slow traffic. That's what makes for a memorable place, a place that people like to hang out in, linger in, live in. And what this project is doing is the antithesis of that. And what we're doing is we're making a place, Emeryville, to become a place to get through on the way to some place that's presumably good, rather than make where we are here good. And so it's an extremely flawed project. And the people that spoke here tonight, in essence, that's what they're talking about. They don't like the idea of this, essentially a freeway, all this busy, fast-moving vehicle traffic, vehicles meaning bikes, all manner. And so I think this project is highly flawed, and I agree with what people here complained about.
Thank you for your comment. Any further comments? Okay, seeing and hearing no further comments, I will move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion on the consent calendar? Or any items that anyone would like to pull from the consent calendar? Councilmember Pryforce, do you have a motion or an item that you would like to pull for separate action?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull, sorry, just orientating myself. I believe it's the, it's consent, here we go. It would be, may I ask if anyone from staff can help me? The item related to the remediation projects?
Thank you, Councilmember Pryforce. I believe you're referring to 9.6 and 9.7, which are contracts that are before the council for approval.
Yeah.
We do have someone from EKI here who can speak to that if you would like.
Thank you.
Can we move the consent calendar on all other items except 9.6 and 9.7, which we will discuss separately?
I will make a motion to move the consent calendar except 9.6 and 9.7.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion by Vice Mayor and seconded by Councilmember Welsh. May we take the roll, please?
Councilmember Mora?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce?
Aye.
Councilmember Welch?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solomon? And Mayor Carr.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Do you want a presentation on the matter, Councilmember Pryforce?
No, Madam Mayor, I had a question around the history of those two sites that we are remediating. Just some background on who has occupied those sites.
Is there a personnel present from EKI?
Yes.
Welcome, sir.
Mayor Carr.
Thank you. Please ask your question, Councilmember Pryforce.
Yeah, who was there?
Bill James with EKI Environment and Water. Oh, who was there?
Yes.
So these two sites are Bay Street, and then the other site is Site B, which is the empty lot to the north of Bay Street, between Bay Street and Powell Street. And Bay Street was occupied back when I started working on the project in 1997 by Elementus Pigments, and then a business building that was formerly occupied by Sherwin-Williams Pesticides at the north end. And there was a drum recycling business that was on the south end of the site. Site B was occupied by a variety of businesses. I don't remember all the names right now. We worked on that site in 2007, 8, 9 originally. There were a number of small businesses in there. Historically, a lot of the contamination was caused by, there was a Unical above-ground storage tank farm that was up in the northeast corner. There were various businesses through the years, kind of starting at the turn of the century on there. On both Site A and Site B, particularly on the south end of Site B and the north end of Site A, so right there where Bay Street ends, where the hotel is, that was the edge of San Francisco Bay. And Sherwin-Williams would dump wastes from their paint manufacturing operations and their pesticide manufacturing operations right into sort of an embayment that was right in that area. So the original cleanup that we did dealt with Sherwin-Williams kind of dumping contamination, various releases from operations related to Elementus Pigments, the businesses, the Unical above-ground storage tank farm. It was a variety of uses that went on that were addressed. Kind of one big project for Site A, which was done in the physical part, 1999-2000. And for Site B, the physical part was 2008, 9, kind of in that period of time, where we excavated soil. We are continuing to monitor groundwater. Soil is clean above the water table on both those sites. We continue to monitor the groundwater. Ongoing problems primarily are coming from upstream. The former Marchant Whitney site, which is also on the agenda tonight as part of the ROPS budget, has volatile organic compounds in groundwater that come down and impact both those sites. Once we shut off the FMW contamination, which is, we're working actively to get the remediation systems for groundwater going on that site, it's going to take care of a lot of the remaining problems on both A and B, although there are other sites upstream that impact Site B some, and we're working with state agencies to try to get them to address those. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the history. those sites. And I mean, I have more questions, but they would probably be more for old archival agendas and probably the Emeryville Historical Society in terms of what were the council members thinking at that time. I mean, I know that a lot of things that we know now about the environment and climate, they didn't know. You know, at the same time, the idea that whenever we have a space that's occupied by businesses, especially industrial businesses, corporations, that there is some damage that can happen to the earth as a result. And I'm just hoping that this damage done to the earth, but it's the cities who end up cleaning them. And I don't know how we can how we can learn lessons from the past in terms of Emeryville has such limited space, and to ensure that that projects like Sutter, that when they come into the city, that us we're thinking about how we can be partners to that kind of development. We have to imagine a future where Sutter may not be around. And if Sutter's not around, then who is responsible for the cleanup? And I just hope that as we're looking at the numbers, as we're looking at the kind of arrangements that we have when it comes to any development, especially when it comes to a big business, a corporation. I know Sutter's a nonprofit-ish, but that we make sure that we are thinking about the future. We are thinking about the climate in ways that our predecessors haven't. And so I just want to say thank you for providing that background.
Appreciate your thoughts. Happy at any point. I do know a lot of kind of what went on. I'm a geologist, so that's my scene, not so much what the city council members were thinking, but we can discuss the history at any time.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Pryforce, I can also add that the city did actively litigate against prior property owners, similar to what we did with the Courtyard. There's a Polanco Act, and one of the speakers that was available on the ROPS was the city attorney at the time, who initiated litigation against those private property owners. And I think you see the Sherwin-Williams development, that's a result of active litigation that the city was engaged in to help pay the cost of remediation.
Thank you, City Attorney. Do you have further questions for the City Attorney, or?
Yeah, no, I just want to say I thank the city attorney for highlighting that. And I think that when it comes to the decisions that we make and in our planning, that and I've participated in discussions around like the settlements that happen, and that's what happens is that they end up being settlements, which means that they could do more, but we settle for what we can get. But in terms of being able to project the kind of harm that can happen, that we are able to place ourselves in a better position wherein the burden of the kind of damage that could happen isn't falling on future leaders and future residents of Emeryville. And so that's sort of how I'm thinking. So thank you, City Attorney, and thank you, staff.
Thank you, Council Member. Is there a motion on items 9.6?
Mayor.
Or is there any further discussion?
I'm sorry, you need to take public comment on the item. It's been pulled from consent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any public comments on item 9.6 and 9.7?
Yeah, regarding the geologist that spoke, I was a geology major in college, also an art major, art and rocks. Lived right next to Sherwin-Williams for 43 years. My wife and daughter, and I got a kidney cancer, and my surgeon, I had tumor. My surgeon asked me if I had come in contact with arsenic at any time, like 10 years ago, and I told him, in fact, yes, because the you know, the Sherwin-Williams cleanup, there's just clouds of arsenic dust in our neighborhood. And DTSC, the Department of Toxic Controlled Substances, was tasked with, doing the cleanup. And they're like the city of Emeryville. They're really short on accountability and transparency. And I've been trying since 2022 to get them to answer about their substandard work with regard to cleaning up the Sherwin-Williams site. I'm still trying to this day, trying to get them to respond to like California Public Records requests, that sort of thing. It's one of the worst agencies in California as far as transparency and accountability go. And then last thing I wanted to say, tell the speaker that the name of the drum company was Meyer Drum. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, and they were like a major source of organic volatile compounds and semi-organic volatile compounds, and as with many of the other businesses. But we have like a long history of toxic waste, and we should be able to go round the corner, except we can't because DTSC, and then I gotta say that the city of Emeryville is in bed with DTSC. You guys are not doing your due diligence to get DTSC to be accountable and transparent. If we have questions about the cleanup, they should answer, and you guys should back us up with our demands for answers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Do we need any discussion on this item, or is there a motion?
If there's no discussion, I'll move approval of 9.6 and 7, is that right? 9.6 and 9.7.
Any second?
I second.
Thank you. Motion by Vice Mayor and second by Councilmember Pryforce. Did you second it? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Mora?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce?
Aye.
Councilmember Welch?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solomon? And Mayor Carr.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Moving on to public hearings. I will open public hearing. It is now 7:58, 10.1, introduction and waiver of the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Emeryville, amending Title IX Planning Regulations of this Emeryville Municipal Code to implement Program LL of the approved 2023 through 2031 housing element CEQA determination exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines, sections 15.162 and 15.164, and public resources code section 21080.085, because this ordinance implements the schedule of actions in an approved housing element. So, is there a presentation or, thank you. All right. Please go ahead and present. Thanks so much.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. That was quite a mouthful, so I won't repeat it all, but I will present on Element Program LL and how we're implementing the housing element tonight with your approval. Next slide. So for the background, Emeryville General Plan is required by state law. It was adopted in 2009. The housing element is updated on 8-year cycles. That's a little bit different of a program than the rest of the general plan with a lot more specific requirements. Next slide. So in our approved housing element, one of the 45 housing element programs contains 8 implementing actions. That's Program LL. And it says that the city will implement the following planning regulation amendments to alleviate constraints to the production of housing, including the production of housing for special needs populations. Next slide, please. So these 8 sections, all of these are required by state law. All of them are implementing state regulations and embedding them into our code. And we've committed to this through our housing element. The one of these that's not quite like that is the changing of having multi-units of size of 3 or 4, but that is also consistent with state requirements to help improve the production of housing for smaller developments in our city. So all of this is implementing state law. Next slide. So actions 6 and 8 are not part of this package tonight because they require tribal notification for amendment to the general plan, and those will be changing our base FAR maps and bonus FAR maps for the RM zone. So that will come later in the year after we've had the chance to do tribal notification and go through the Planning Commission and then to City Council process. The next slide. So implementing changes today are regarding employee housing, residential care facilities, agricultural worker housing, group residential and worker housing. Next slide. Emergency shelters, 3 to 4 multi-unit developments, and mobile manufactured homes. Now, most of these are permitting or conditionally permitting them in places that they aren't permitted or conditionally permitted today, and we've made very specific commitments to this in our housing element that's been approved by you. Next slide. So this is what the residential portion of our use table looks like right now. At the top are the base zones that cover the whole city, and in the leftmost column are the different residential use classifications. Next slide. It's a little bit hard to see on the big screen. Hopefully it's easier to see on your personal screens. The changes are highlighted in yellow. So again, these are already commitments that we've made, saying that employee housing is now going to be permitted in residential zones, that residential care facilities in front, instead of being conditionally permitted, will be permitted, separating out multi-unit uses of 3 and 4 unit size for 5 and larger, and making the 3 and 4 units permitted in the RM zone. And then making sure that our definitions for different housing types like low barrier navigation centers match those that are in state code. Next slide. So this went to Planning Commission. They recommend approval. Tonight, I'm here before you. Second reading would be actually on the 17th, not the 3rd, and then the effective date would actually be March 19th, 30 days after the second reading of council. Next slide. So this is exempt from CEQA, as the mayor read out loud earlier. Next slide. And is connected to your strategic plan. The city strategic plan includes housing element implementation as item number 5 under the livable, safe, and vibrant community multi-year goal. Next slide. So a recommendation is to open the public hearing and take testimony, and then close that hearing and consider the staff report and proposed ordinance, and waive the first reading and introduce the attached ordinance. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, council? Councilmember Pryforce.
Can you tell us more from slide 9 about employee housing and the mobile home park that was listed? And so can you tell us a little more about that?
Those are state requirements.
Okay, so that's not actually Emeryville, right?
Yeah, so, you know, for example, the agricultural housing, we're within a certain amount of miles of agriculture usage, and we technically have agriculture uses in Emeryville. And so we are required to have agricultural worker housing classification. And so same for those other definitions as well. The state was making sure that employees are able to have housing. Those would be basically my recollection. I can look it up for if you want specifically, but I believe it has to do with accessory uses to places of employment.
And
so we can't prohibit that.
Okay, so these employees would be employees of the city or
No.
employees of a private or?
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Whoever wanted to have employee housing. It doesn't specify private or public.
Okay, got it. Interesting. And can you tell us more about mobile home park? Mobile home park.
Yeah, we don't have any mobile home parks, yet we are required to permit them in the RM zone.
Okay.
So the state law says that we have to have a place where mobile home parks are permitted in the city.
How is that possible? I mean, given, how?
State laws for the whole state, and Emeryville is unique in many ways, and we often have a challenge of what the state is talking about. They weren't thinking of our 1.2 square miles specifically,
Okay.
right? They're trying to make a rule for the whole state, and we need to comply with that rule, even though we're unique.
Exactly. And who I mean, you're the planning expert. Can you give me an idea who actually creates mobile home parks? Is that something that the city actually zones for?
Right, we're required to permit that use in a zone in the city. I am not familiar with mobile home parks because we do not have any. So I am not familiar with them, and I haven't worked in another jurisdiction that's had them. But it's considered a type of housing that can be under threat, that is commonly serves low-income people, so therefore there's a protection for it.
Got it.
That's the concern, is displacement, essentially. Like all of those specific uses, there's either considered a lack of it or a concern about displacement. Right, and thus the legislature has created regulations around that.
Okay, got it. And when you say that we can permit it, who does the permit go to?
If
To a developer?
If someone were to want to create a mobile home park in Emeryville, they would need to submit an application for that, and that as a use classification, that would need to be permitted. They would still need to get other permits for that use, right? They would need to connect to sewer, there might be design review involved, things like that. I can't specifically off the top of my head think of any sites that we have where this would truly be applicable. Yet we must be prepared.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions on this item, or is this item for public hearing? Okay, in that case, I can close the public, I'm sorry, I need to ask for public comment. Is there any public comment on 10.1?
I'm not entirely conversant on this subject here specifically tonight, but I'll just say in the abstract, and then I will bring it back with some specificity. In the abstract, I've lived in Emeryville since '82. Ronald Reagan was president, and the name of the game then was deregulation. And that Emeryville took that to heart and is still taking it to heart. I've noticed for 43 years, it's the word you guys use, you don't use the word deregulation because that's been turned into a sort of a dirty word. So instead you're using like words like streamlining regulation. But I mean, think about that just in the abstract for a second. It's sort of arrogant because what you're assuming is that all the generations before us didn't, had their heads up their asses. Because these rules that they made are dumb, and we know better, or you guys know better, and you're gonna overturn their dumb rules. But I put it to you that regulation has a function, and it's to protect us the people, and the throwing away of rules and regulations to help businesses, increase their profit margins is done with such such a cavalier attitude here in Emeryville. I just think you guys, we've been building housing at a breakneck speed for decades, and Emeryville is more expensive than it was before we started on this breakneck housing. So you got to at some point say, well, we're doing something wrong. And the problem is that capitalism is just, American-style capitalism doesn't have the oomph or whatever, the wherewithal or the desire to produce housing that people want and need. So instead of getting rid of our democracy, our democratic rights to create a city that we want to live in, instead of doing that, what we need to do is approach housing from a different perspective. And I would posit it as government just needs to start building housing.
Thank you for your comment. Any further public comments on public hearing 10.1? Okay. The public hearing is now closed. It is 8:11 p.m. Discussions on this item? Yes.
I just wanted to specifically address the question you had, since I found it quickly, about employee housing.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, it's in relation to a health and safety code, which requires a city to treat employee housing that serves 6 or fewer persons as a single-family structure and be permitted in the same manner as other single-family structures in the same type of zone. So That's a requirement of the state, and that's what we're adopting into the code.
Yes, please go ahead, Councilmember Pryforce.
Sorry. I'm trying to be brief. In terms of our available housing stock currently, do we have any employee housing or anything designated as employee housing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve and waive first reading.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Mora and seconded by Vice Mayor. Please take roll.
Councilmember Mora?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce?
Aye.
Councilmember Welch?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solomon? And Mayor Carr?
Aye.
Motion carries.
It is now 8:12 p.m. and I'm
Point of clarification, do we need to adopt the first reading, or is it assumed adopted?
Thank you, Mayor Mora. You've noticed a change in our agenda now.
Former mayor.
There is now an agenda item that explicitly provides that all ordinances are deemed read by title only and all further readings waived.
Perfect, thank you.
okay. In that case, I will open public hearing 10.2 at 10:13 p.m. And this is the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Emeryville amending bicycle parking requirements in Section 9-4.408 of Title 9, which pertains to planning regulations of the Emeryville Municipal Code. And with regard to CEQA determination, it is exempt pursuant to the guidelines, Section 15378 and 15061B3. Welcome back for the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. It's good to see you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for having me again tonight. All right, so you already introduced, we'll be reviewing our bicycle parking requirements this evening. Next slide, please. So why are we here to talk about this? So MTC administers OBAT grants, and starting in spring of 2026, TOC compliance for transit-oriented communities is going to be prioritized for those grants. So that's anywhere within a half-mile area of Emeryville's Amtrak station. They have different tiers for transit-oriented communities. That's tier 4. So there's different criteria we need to meet to be compliant, to be able to be eligible to receive these grants. So there's different areas for that: land use and density, affordable housing, parking management, multimodal access. We're basically good for all of that. There aren't any problems except for our need to update the bicycle parking requirements. Next slide. So why is that? The review so far, we'll go through first. This has gone to BPAC, where they recommend approval of all the changes except residential, because they wanted to take a little bit of a deeper dive into that. Went to Transportation and Sustainability Committee, where they also recommended approval. Planning Commission Studies Session, they were in favor of all the proposed changes. Went back to BPAC, where they reviewed residential bike parking numbers, and then after that recommended approval of all the proposed changes. They went back to Planning Commission in December, and they also recommended approval to Council. Next slide. So tonight, we have this public hearing. Second reading would be in February on the 17th, and the effective date would be 30 days later, in time for TOC grant eligibility. Next slide. So what's going on here is that MTC's TOC policy says that you need to have one secured space per residential unit, and we exceed that. Emeryville says one long-term space so that's a long-term space is a secured space meant to be used for a person who works or lives there and is going to be there all day or overnight, okay? So current Emeryville minimums say one long-term space for studio and one-bedroom units and 2 long-term spaces for units with 2 or more bedrooms. So we exceed MTC's TOC policy. There's nothing we need to change there. Now, MTC is actually only looking at office use types, and they're saying you need to have one secured space per 5,000 square feet. How our code is written is not based on square feet. It's based on our parking requirement for vehicles. So you have to look at the vehicle table and then do a 1-to-10 ratio of that and then determine what the bike parking ratio is. And MTC says, no, it needs to be based on square foot. So When you do that calculation and convert it to square foot, we have one long-term and one short-term space for bike parking. Short-term being someone who's doing a delivery or visiting per 4,167 square feet. Well, that's a better ratio. We exceed the requirement at MTC. We just need to convert it to square footage instead of being based on vehicles, all right? So that's what we're doing tonight. That's the exercise we're going through to make sure that we're consistent with our policies by basing our bike parking not on vehicle counts, but on square footage. Next slide. So this is a screenshot of our existing vehicular parking requirements in gray, and then the transition of that to bicycle parking spaces. So you get an idea of what we're working with. Staff went through the entire table for bike parking, which looks every single use classification. So when you come in and you submit a planning application, there's a use type. We kind of just talked about that in the last presentation, right? So you have offices, schools, all these different types of uses. What our vehicle parking table does is list every single use type and have a number for that. And so we went through and made all of the conversions. It's 6 pages long. Next slide. And then what we did is we looked at some neighboring cities and some other cities where we know that they've changed their bicycle parking and saw what they did. And looking at that, that helped us inform us of how we should approach our use table and how we can make our bicycle parking regulations simplified and usable. We want everything to be user-friendly for staff, for the public, for everybody. So looking at these examples, we went through and said, okay, for formatting, we're going to simplify the table. It does not need to be 6 pages long like the vehicular parking. Looking at other cities, most of them actually had all of their uses on one table, a simplified chart. Some of them a little bit longer, but most of them were only 1 page. Then for square foot calculations, we're going to maintain for residential unit, which is on a unit basis, not square footage. That's consistent with MTC. For uses that have beds instead of units, simplify the requirements for uses measured by bed. And then for non-residential uses, round the existing conversions. So instead of going 4,167 square feet, round it to 4,000, for example. So we went through and rounded, and then we grouped them to make it simplified and to fit in one chart. And then we have the use of TBD, to be determined. This is something that we do already. This is an existing practice. This is not a change in practice. And we currently use it for cars and bikes. So we've changed a few of the things to make that are TBD for vehicles and made them by square footage and vice versa, based on staff experience and also looking at other tables and what seemed to make sense for consistent application. So when you have a use that says to be determined, when you get the application in, you look at this context of that specific application. And a good example of this is schools, right? You could have it's the same classification, but you could have a large high school located theoretically on the north side of town along the Greenway, and that might have a very different bicycle parking need than a small elementary school near 40th Street, for example, right? So you want to look at context, you want to look at usage, you want to look at, are there things like a bike share station nearby, right? What is the prevalence of transit? How old are the people who will be using that facility? So you want to look at context, and that's what TBD is for. We're not planning on changing any use classifications or anything like that. We're only looking at how much bike parking goes with the use. Next slide. And so here's the table. This is not 6 pages long. It's everything you see right here. And it's just simplifying our existing code. Next slide. So this is exempt from CEQA. Next slide. It's connected to the strategic plan in that the grants often, that if we decide to apply to these grants, they often support pedestrian and bicycle-oriented CIP items and may help implement City Council's multi-year goals of a livable, safe, and vibrant community and developing quality infrastructure and environmental stewardship. Next slide. So again, we're recommending that you open public hearing, take testimony for the proposed ordinance, close the public hearing, and consider staff report and proposed ordinance, and waive the first reading for the attached ordinance. And again, I'm available for any questions you may have this evening.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. I'm going to ask for Any questions? Councilmember Pryforce.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to get an idea of the average size of, let's say, a studio apartment. Because I'm seeing the number 1,000 show up a lot. And in terms of the square footage, is it 1,000 or is it 2,000? In terms of the MTC's requirement for, let's say, residential.
Oh, so residential, they don't base it on square footage at all.
Okay.
It stays by per unit.
Okay.
So MTC says you have to provide 1 bike parking space per unit.
Okay.
We already say that. We say 1 bike parking space per unit for studios and 1 bedrooms. Doesn't matter how big it is. That could be a 300 square foot unit or a 1,000 square foot unit. If it's designated as a studio or a 1 bedroom, 1 parking space.
Got it.
If it's designated as 2 bedroom or larger, again, it doesn't matter the size in terms of square footage, it's the amount of bedrooms in that unit. It's 2 bike parking spaces are required. Now, applicant could propose more parking spaces than that, but that's the minimum, right? And that's true for all of the uses, actually. These are minimums. They're not maximums. We're not going to say, no, you can't put in more bike parking than that, right? So the square footage is for non-residential uses.
So does that change for towers, for in terms of that's more square footage, and thus it would be required for us to have more bike parking allocations?
Yeah, so when you get an application and, you know, it'll say, for example, 5,000 square feet of commercial on the ground floor and 20,000 square feet, I'm making this up, right? Okay, and 20,000 square feet of office on the upper floors. So then we go through and we do our calculation. Okay, X amount of bicycle parking spaces per 20,000 square feet for commercial and X amount for office. And then the applicant needs to demonstrate that they can provide that parking. We have standards for all of our bike parking about what type of racks needed, provided how much space, the aisles between the racks, all of that. And so that is vetted through the application process and planning. Did that answer your question? I'm not sure I was getting at what you were getting at.
Yeah, no, it does. It just helps me to understand what some questions and sort of bookmark what questions to ask, especially when we start talking about Sutter, right? And we start talking about some new projects, like we talk about Christie and others, and based on moving from the square footage, calculating square footage as opposed to our previous model, does that mean, from a simple math perspective, like if someone walks up to me and says, "Hey, so what's this about?" Does it mean more bike parking or does it mean less bike parking?
We pretty much kept it the same as is. Like I said, with the rounding, I would say it would possibly result in slightly more, but the amount of square footage to make a difference in those calculations would have to be so much. Like, it would have to be a huge project for it to really significantly impact the amount of bike parking. We really kept the ratios very similarly to what they are now. We asked BPAC, Transportation Sustainability and Planning Commission, are there any known deficits? Are there any known issues with the current bicycle parking ratios? And nobody knew of any issues. BPAC wanted to look at residential a little bit more so they understood the circumstances of our existing bike parking, but nobody had issues with the amount that we currently require, so that's why we kept it very similar, just making it easier to implement.
Got it, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing and hearing none, I will go ahead and allow for public comment on this item.
So I'm going to talk about bicycling. So I'll be on topic. So we have an ATP, an active transportation plan, which is primarily concerns itself with bicycling. And Councilmember Solomon, Matthew Solomon, was in my living room before he ran when he's running for city council He's asking me for my vote. And I asked him, will you obey the ATP? Or if you don't like it, it's your prerogative as a council member. If you win, will you amend the ATP? Or will you continue to ignore the ATP as the council writ large has been doing? And Mr. Solomon told me if he's elected, he will, yes, he's promised he will either amend the plan if he doesn't like it, or move to amend it, or he will implement the plan or use his vote to implement it, and he won't ignore it. But what has Councilmember Solomon done since he's been on our council vis-a-vis the transfer to ATP? Ignored it. So, you know, it's like you sat in my living room, you told me you're gonna do that, and it was a promise, and then to see you not do it, and then not answer any questions I have, follow-up questions, it's really, well, it's like I said before, it's fucking pathetic. We, the public, have a right, this is our policy, public policy, we have a right to know what you're thinking. And the fact that you are not making yourself available for the people to answer these legitimate questions about our public policy is fucking pathetic. So, do we have an ATP? Our ATP defers to NACTO. I'm not going to take the time to tell you what NACTO is, but it defers to NACTO. It's a national organization in terms of the amount of vehicles allowed on bike boulevards. And we don't know how many vehicles we have on our bike boulevards because the City of Emeryville City Council refuses to count the number of
Thank you
bikes.
for your
So you're
public
in violation.
comments. Are there any further public comments on this item? Seeing and hearing no further public comments, I will close the public hearing. It is now 8:28 p.m. Any discussion on this item or a motion? Councilmember Pryforce.
Sorry, may I borrow Navarre one more time? This is more of a sneaky question. So,
The question time has been closed, and this is the second time I will allow you to ask that question that you need to ask, but it has been closed. Next time, please ask at the right time. Welcome to the podium to answer the question.
okay, so, okay, that was kind of odd. Perhaps we can talk offline about that response. So, is there an opportunity because of these adjustments because I remember a time when I did a tour with Councilmember Mora and Mayor Carr of the bike sort of facility that they have at his residence, and we just thought that it was like a really good idea, right? At least I thought it was really a good idea. But going back to some places, we couldn't go back and say, hey, could you build something like this? Because many of our landlords would say, no, we weren't designed for that, and those sort of things. And so, very similar to accessibility, could there be a possibility of us using this opportunity to sort of revisit some sort of retroactive refitting of some buildings that are already past this? Because I think that mostly this is really for new developments, right? But is there an opportunity for anything retro?
Right, so just to clarify, what you're talking about is existing developments that were built prior to the requirement of bicycle parking and so have insufficient bicycle parking, is that correct? Okay, so you're correct. We can't go back and say, you have to do this now, right? This is for projects moving forward. And that is actually what the concern of the BPAC was and why they wanted to take a little bit of closer look at what is our existing bike parking, like how many places have it. And when you look at our overall housing stock, a much smaller proportion of it has bike regulations because bikes weren't required when we built like really big places like PPP and Watergate, right? So, and a lot of smaller places too. One of the programs we have in the ATP is to explore how to develop a program where we would help facilitate existing residential projects or even workplaces get bike parking. It doesn't specify how to do that. So it will take a significant amount of staff time to figure that out. There are other cities who have done that, who have developed programs for helping existing residential developments insert bike parking into those places as feasible. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have space to meet all of the need, but it's an improvement, right? So that is a program that we have. Like I said, it's not something that's been kicked off the ground yet. We recognize that as a priority, particularly after these discussions with BPAC, that people would really like to see that. I'm not quite sure how that's going to fit into staff's workflow right now, but it is in the ATP, and it is something that we would like to see, absolutely.
Thank you. Any discussion? If there are no discussion comments, let's have a motion, please.
I'll move approval of item 10.2, introduce the item and waive first reading of the ordinance.
Second.
Thank you. And for the record, the first reading is already deemed waived, as the city attorney pointed out. Appreciate it. Thank you for the motion, Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Welsh. Roll call, please.
Excuse me, Councilmember Mora?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce?
Aye.
Councilmember Welch?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solomon?
Aye.
And Mayor Carr.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item 10.3 is another public hearing. It is now 8:32 p.m. I'm sorry, did I close the public hearing on 10.2? I think I did.
Yes, you did, Mayor.
Yes. It is 8:33 p.m. and this is public hearing on item 10.3, resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville granting an annual card room license to the Oaks Card Club for calendar year 2026. There is no presentation on this. The council has an opportunity to ask questions at this time. If there are no questions, I will close the, I'm sorry, I still have to open this to public comment, correct? Public comment on this item.
Okay, the mayor just totally fucked up on protocol. Let me tell you how you do it. Here's how you're supposed to do it. And I'd like anybody on the staff to back me up on this. Somebody makes a presentation. Then you ask your colleagues for clarifying questions. And they're not supposed to be substantive, but just clarifying. Then you open up to public comment. Then you listen to what we say. Then you open it up to member comments. And the reason it works like that is you're supposed to be listening to what we say and considering, and it should be, in theory, what we say should, in theory, be able to sway your decision. That's why we speak before you talk among yourselves and vote. What you just did to Councilmember Pryforce, he asked clarifying questions, you opened the public comment, we commented, closed public comment, and then he tried to speak and you tried to stop him. That's the time when you enter the substantive discussion among council members. So you fucked up the protocol. So remember, I mean, I've had to tell this council so many times, or the council, not this council, over the years. You gotta get it right. It's presentation, public comment, or clarifying questions of the council members, public comment, substantive debate, vote. Those are the 5 steps, in that order. So I want the mayor to learn how this is done and start doing it properly. And don't castigate your council members for trying to do it the right way. You just castigated Councilmember Pryforce, and he was just trying to do it the right way, and you castigated him. And I pay for you, and I don't appreciate that. I want proper decorum, proper protocol.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing and hearing no other public comments, I will close the public hearing. It is now 8:35 p.m. The item is back to the council for discussion or a motion. Is there a motion on this item if there are no questions, comments, or discussion?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Mora, seconded by Vice Mayor. Please take roll.
Councilmember Mora?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce?
Aye.
Councilmember Welch?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solomon?
Aye.
And Mayor Carr.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 11.1, proposed 2026 state and federal legislative agenda. Welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Nicolo DeLuca. I work at Townsend Public Affairs. Also with me this evening, one of my awesome coworkers, Elisa. We have the honor of representing you all in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. And so this is the annual report where we take your comments, and then we finalize your 2026 legislative platform. You all are very familiar with this process. We like to call this either the roadmap or the playbook going forward. It is a statement of the city's policy priorities, and it also allows for flexibility when items come up to give you, Madam Mayor, the opportunity to weigh in with a letter or what have you. So whatever's easiest for you all, I know that you all have been here throughout the evening, so I want to be respectful of your time. I could briefly go over this, or I could take your comments and your questions. Whatever works best, just let me know. And then once you're done, I also do have some good news to share too, so I'll save that as a sweetener at the end.
Thanks, Nicolo. Really appreciate it. How does the council wish to ask questions? Has the council read the item, the discussion on it? If so, would you like to ask questions and waive Nicolo's summary of it? Or would you like a summary? I'm okay with a summary. Without a summary or with a summary? Without the summary. Thank you for giving us that option.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
We'll waive the summary and we'll ask questions if there are any. Council members, if there are any questions? No questions either.
I'm insecure, there's no questions. Just kidding, of course. So,
I have to take public comment. Are there any members of the public wanting to give a comment on this item, proposed 2026 state and federal legislative agenda items? Okay, seeing and hearing no public comments, we are ready for your sweetened.
I built that up. Then what we'll do is work with the city manager and the city clerk, finalize this, then it's on city record, and then once legislation starts getting introduced, we'll work on a few bills to bring to the city to consider support, oppose, or what have you. So that will be the next steps. So really happy to announce earlier this morning, one of our DC team members, Mr. Johansson, let the city know. So as you recall, last year, we worked on some projects to submit to Congresswoman Latifah Simon for her endorsement to move forward for the federal earmark process. The project was 40th Street. She moved it forward, and happy to say that this morning, the bill text was out for the THUD bill, and there remains $500,000 for the 40th Street project, which is great news. There are a couple more steps that will keep the city team in the loop on, but very, very happy that this proposal, this earmark is moving forward. It is great news to kind of really help cement the partnership between the city and the Congresswoman. It's something that we worked with city staff on. So really excited that that $500,000 is there in the federal bill. We'll continue to move forward. We'll keep you posted on the process. And then we'll obviously work on thanking the Congresswoman for her efforts and then working with city staff on drawing down those funds. So that was my sweetener. Really appreciate all of you for the confidence and the support as we represent you in Sacramento and DC. And looking forward to another productive year. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Council Member. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I guess it's actually a question. Hopefully that's okay. I was just looking through this again, and I realized, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to say this to put you on the spot, but under climate resiliency, number 7, it says support legislative efforts that seek, and I don't mean that to call you out, but I am genuinely very curious what that might have said.
It's really a test to make sure everyone read that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll clean that up. I'll clean that up, and I'll make sure it
okay, sounds good.
It matches with last year's ledge platform. So
no, but
I'm glad you're paying attention.
Yes, exactly. but just want to say I appreciate the material and incorporating, I think, a lot of the feedback that we provided last year and bringing that forward. And I know a lot of these I was excited to see had been addressed to some extent at the state level. So looking forward to, any other wrap-up legislation that makes them even better, and then addressing the others that the state hasn't seen fit to get to yet.
Absolutely. And then also, we'll continue our Friday updates. Elise and I were talking on the drive down from Sacramento. It's been a little slower, but more bills will be coming out. The second-year bills are being addressed, so we're going to ramp up those. The updated Friday updates will be a lot more dense.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Appreciate your coming with Nicolo this time. We look forward to hearing from you with continued updates.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Mayor Carr, I believe this is an action item.
What kind of action would we need on this?
No, I guess not. I'm
It-
being
it
corrected by
says-
the city clerk. No action is needed.
It said that here on the notes that I have. Thank you so much. We are taking a 5-minute recess at this time.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Item 11.2, this is the resolution of the City Council as successor agency to the Emeryville Redevelopment Agency approving and adopting the administrative budget and recognized obligation payment schedule, or ROPS, for the period of July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, also called the ROPS 26 through 27 pursuant to the Health and Safety Code section 34177, and authorizing staff to take related action. And there is a presentation by our city attorney on this, unless the council wishes to waive it. Council supports waiving it. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We waive the presentation. At this time, we will take public comment, if any. Seeing and hearing no public comment and no members of the public. Oh, there are some members of the public in the room, but do not wish to make any public comment. We are now open to discussion on this item or a motion on this item.
If no discussion, I'll move approval.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Welch. Please take roll.
Councilmember Mora?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce?
Aye.
Councilmember Welch?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solomon? And Mayor Carr.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item 11.3 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville appointing City Council representatives to various county, regional, and statewide bodies, commissions, and committees for one-year terms, unless otherwise noted, publicly noticing FPPC Form number 806 as required by FPPC Regulation 18705.5, and amending the 2026 city roster of county, regional, and statewide bodies accordingly. This is a discussion item for the council. I'm going to take public comment first. Seeing that no members of the public are going to be making a public comment, I will move on to discussion for council. And we will move to a motion once the discussion concludes. Is there a way to put the roster on the screen? Thank you so much. Councilmember Mora, you have your hand raised.
I was just going to say that the current committee regional assignments that we had, I'm in support of keeping those if everybody else is amenable. With the exception, I would be dropping off of the mayor's conference, and the current mayor, Mayor Carr, would be stepping in. So I'm prepared to make a motion on that after additional discussion.
Are there any other comments or discussion on this motion? Is that a motion, Mayor? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Former
I do
Mayor
wanna
Mora.
allow for other discussion.
Okay, so please, Councilmember Pryforce, did you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I just have a question. So 11.3 and 11.4 are action items. Is that because it's required that there were action items, or or was there any change or modifications that would make them action items? Or or why couldn't they be consent, for example?
City clerk or the city attorney, whoever can answer that, please answer that.
It's an action item. In order for council to have discussion about an item, it needs to be an action item. Like the Townsend report before didn't actually require a motion, but in order for council to have discussion on it, it needs to be listed as an action item. This one actually requires a motion, and we've always listed it as an action item along with the council committee appointments in 11.4.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other comments or discussion on this item? Yes, Vice Mayor.
I'm also amenable to keeping it as is, so yeah, if and when there's a motion, I could be a second.
Oh, yeah, I made the motion.
Okay.
And sorry, it's keeping as is, but switching my name from the mayor's conference and adding Mayor Carr.
Yes. If there's no other discussion, I'll second that.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Mora. I'm sorry. There appears to be a staff comment on this. Please go ahead.
Suggest also putting in the vice mayor or the alternate.
Yeah, sorry, that's right. The current mayor and vice mayor as member and alternate.
In that case, is the motion recorded, or do you want us to repeat it for clarity, City Clerk?
The motion's fine. I just want to make sure the seconder, which was Vice Mayor Solomon, is okay with the amendment.
Yep, I'll still second that. Thank you. And thank you, staff.
Motion made by Councilmember Mora, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Please take roll.
Councilmember Mora?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce?
Aye.
Councilmember Welch?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solomon? And Mayor Carr?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item is 11.4, resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville appointing City Council members to City Council committees for one-year terms and amending the full year 2025-26 local roster of boards, commissions, and committees accordingly. This is a discussion item for council, but I will take public comment first. Seeing and hearing no members of the public, I will request any discussion on this item from council. Councilmember Mora.
Similar to the regional bodies, I think the current assignments are good. So I would support keeping those. However, if the specific members want to swap, so for example, if Member Welch wanted to swap onto public safety with Member Solomon onto budget and governance, that would be okay. But I am making a motion. Well, no, I'm just putting that out there as a hypothetical. I'm keeping things. I'm making a motion to keep the current assignments.
Motion made by Councilmember Mora to keep the current assignments on item 11.4. Is there a second, or is there a discussion on this item? Councilmember Pryforce?
Yeah, so I just want to say to the members of the Emeryville public, those who supported me, as you may know, that my censure and sanction technically expired, and I have actually chosen not to sit on any committees at the moment. That the censure and sanction was one of the best things that could have happened to me, thanks to all of you who stood behind me and supported me. And it's allowed me to focus a lot more on community activism and grassroots organizing. And so I'm going to continue that work in that spirit. And so that's the reason why. So please don't come up to me and go, well, why didn't you do? There's a reason why. And so just keep on being aware and showing up to these meetings and to these committee appointments. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this item? If not, is there a second to the motion made by Councilmember Mora?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Welch. There is a motion by Councilmember Mora, seconded by Councilmember Welch on item 11.4. Please call roll.
Councilmember Mora?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce?
Aye.
Councilmember Welch?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solomon?
Aye.
And Mayor Carr?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 12, Department Head Reports. 12.1, Announcement of Commission Committee Vacancies. Do you have any announcements, Madam Clerk?
I do not this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Community Development Director's Report on Planning Commission actions for December 11, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This is my report on Planning Commission actions at their December 11th, 2025 meeting. 6 members of the commission were present for this meeting, with Commissioner Small absent and Vice Chair Rod Henry attending remotely from Japan. The commission unanimously approved a major sign permit application for Benihana at 1890 Powell Street. That's the location of the former Chevy's restaurant. The commission also unanimously recommended the City Council approve proposed amendments to the bicycle parking requirements and the planning regulations, as discussed earlier this evening, as well as recommended the City Council approve the proposed amendments to planning regulations for implementation of Program LL of the housing element, also discussed earlier this evening. That concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for the department head at this time? There appear to be no questions. Thank you so much for that report. We are moving to item 13, which is future agenda item requests. Are there any future agenda item requests at this time?
I'll wait until everyone's done.
There are no future agenda item requests at this time. Councilmember Pryforce, do you have any future
Thank
agenda
you.
items?
Yeah, so I'd like to bring before this body a discussion on returning the Pledge of Allegiance to council chambers, which I will demonstrate. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Is there any support for this item? Seeing no support, the future agenda item or the motion to put this on future agenda item fails. The next item is adjournment. However, we have a pending closed session items that we need to discuss. We are moving from recess of the closed session back into closed session at this time.
You will go back into closed session.
Okay, do we need to come back for reporting out of the closed session?
Mayor Carr, what you would be doing is adjourning the regular meeting of the City Council and the successor agency, so that meeting will be concluded. You will then be returning to the closed session, which you recessed, and at the conclusion of the closed session, you could certainly ask to report out on any items that were discussed during the closed session.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. It is now 9:01 p.m. and the regular meeting of the City Council of Emeryville is hereby adjourned. We are moving back into closed session that was recessed earlier.
Recording stopped.
session.
Recording in
we have
progress.
We have adjourned from the closed session. Are there any actionable items to report, City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor Carr. There was no reportable action taken in closed session tonight.
Thank you. We are adjourned at 10:04 p.m.